All right, we are live. This is Soundbooth Theater Live, and these are the cold reads of the Dungeon Crawler Crawl Audio Immersion Tunnel, Season 3. I believe we're finishing up Episode 6 and moving on to Episode 5 today. Let me see. Not episode. Yes, episode. Yeah, that's what I meant. Don't yell at me. That's what I meant. Okay, let's see here. DCC. I did a lot of opening lots of different Ableton sets yesterday, so please stand by for 6. Yeah, we're on episode 6. So let's open that up. We'll be finishing about half of that. Oh, here we go. Going live on Instagram now as well. All right. Yeah, thank you guys for coming. I really appreciate it. Glad to see all of you people back. Let's see, Fernando Sanchez, BJ Wessels, Llama of Ill Repute, Matthew Lakey. Oh, sorry, need to show comments on stage. Oh, and I got to change my my symbol here. Media assets. Let's go back here. There we go. Hi, Rooster Jazz, Graphic Cat, Sea-Tac Stalker, Ginger and the Foxes. Good to see you guys. Hanlons Ockham? Have I seen you here before, Hanlons? Matt Anderson. I'm not sure if I saw you here before either. There's so many fans. How do I keep track of them all? You guys are amazing. Sawyer Levinson. Just started my walk on the beach, and it is a beautiful day here in Redondo Beach, California. Well, that's cool. You know, I wish that I had taken more advantage of living in California. I lived there for like 10 months when I was at the very beginning of the up. Well, I guess that's not quite true. I was just starting to get momentum in my career. Just got to a point where I was like, okay, I'm not completely scraping by. I actually have money, like some money. So I moved to California. It was Ian Walker. I don't know if you guys remember him. He plays Kevin in the Dungeon Crawler Crawl Audio Immersion Tunnel. He was just starting off as a narrator as well, and he already had a booth set up at his place, which for me at the time was like a huge deal. Because, let's see, I'm trying to remember. Back then, I was still using my closet at home and not an actual booth. Yeah, he had a bigger closet that he was working out of. So I was like, sweet. So I moved out there with him, and he was already out there. He's been living out there for, I don't know, 10, 15 years by that point. No Twitch stream? Uh-oh. That was an accident. There we go. It's on now. I got out there, and basically what I was trying to do, and at the time I was still like, hey, these audiobook things are great. I'm glad to be doing this. It's fun and all, but like, you know, still trying to follow some of the wisdom of the industry, of the people that do a lot of voice acting. Hey, if you really want to have a career, you really need to get into like animation or video games or whatever. And, you know, also, to me, that was an awesome destination as well, because I watched so many movies and played so many video games. So I'm like, yeah, I would love to be a part of that. So when I was out in LA, that's what I was looking for. But over those 10 months, I had a great time. But, you know, I didn't make any headway career-wise. It's very clear when you get out there that, and, you know, maybe it should have been clear to me from the beginning, that LA voice acting, all that stuff is like, it's a union town. Everything's a union. And that's something that I never wanted to do. But, like, you know, I went out there and I proved it to myself, and I don't regret it at all. But what I do regret is just not doing a few more fun things while I was out there, doing a little bit more exploring. I did quite a bit of work, but not enough work. I did go out to the beach and spend a lot of time walking around, my area. I did a lot of jujitsu, or at least a lot of jujitsu compared to what I do now and what I've been doing for the past decade. But it just wasn't worth it at the time. But now, shit. In the next couple years or something, maybe I'll make some time and I'll just go out there and hang out for a while. Live in LA for a month or something. Not LA necessarily, but like in California for a month and like explore more of the state and explore more of the coast and see more of the beautiful things out there in California. You do jujitsu? That is a I suppose one could say that. I don't practice anymore. I don't like jujitsu. I took jujitsu and I did jujitsu for a long time, for a while, for the same reason like that someone might learn math, right? Like I don't like math necessarily. I mean, I like some of it. Like I can get stimulated by math, but you need to know math. And if you're going to study combat sports, you need to know jujitsu. Like, you absolutely need to know jujitsu. Like, if you don't know jujitsu, then you're, like, anyone who takes you to the ground, you are vulnerable. I would say you're okay with wrestling, right? But wrestling is offense. Jujitsu is defense. And defense is always more important to be highly familiar with because, at the end of the day, if you actually are in a fight, it's way more important to not get hurt than it is to win the fight. So jiu-jitsu is better for that. It's also good for de-escalation, right? So if you have the character for it, I don't even want to put it that way. If you're willing to risk yourself in order to de-escalate a situation for the sake of the other person and for the sake of like minimal court stuff, minimal, litigation, if you're willing to put yourself at risk enough to reduce the risk of both parties of like really bad things happening, then jujitsu's the best art for that as well. Like wrestling's like you just take the dude down, and if they hit their head on the damn concrete, oh well. Like jujitsu is a gentler art, and it's something that it's if a person who understands jiu-jitsu is in a physical conflict with a person who doesn't understand jiu-jitsu, the person who does even a rudimentary amount is going to be able to control the situation and stop violence from happening in the moment. So that's why jiu-jitsu is the most important martial art, because I think more people need to understand violence in order for them to be able to stop it, right? Being able to stop someone from hurting others without hurting them is incredibly powerful in any situation like that. So that's why I did jiu-jitsu. I hated it. Oh, I hate it though. I hate touching other sweaty dudes. I hate the struggle. I hate expending energy at that level, that constantly. It's just Natiform, to answer your question, I much prefer no-gi. I do not like wrestling with people while I'm wearing a fucking comforter. It just doesn't make sense to me. I hate it. I hate it. It really sucks. I love kickboxing. I love to spar in kickboxing. I have like this much experience with that. But like with kickboxing, I feel free. right? I feel like I can move around. I feel like I have agency. Whereas with jujitsu, I'm constantly at odds with the will of the other person and having to expend my energy in order to to get around it or to get my way in that situation. So good. Save those fingers for base. Yeah. You way more risk of hurting your fingers with gi jujitsu, right? Grabbing onto the lapels and grabbing onto whatever. Last time I tried kickboxing, I broke my foot. Oh, that's cool. I broke my pinky toe once. I was I it was a poorly I threw a poorly executed left side kick, and I kicked a guy's elbow with my pinky toe. That is like the most severe injury I've ever gotten doing martial arts. So I feel very very lucky, very fortunate. It Llama of ill repute says, "Ouch!" It didn't even hurt. It just like I heard the snap. I was like, "Uh oh." I looked at and then like an hour later, my toe was half black. But it never really hurt. Like it only hurt if I applied pressure to it. Oh yeah, it had hardly any effect. Like it literally no effect on me. It's just well, that's a broken pinky toe. All right, here we are with scene 4. Gonna start scene 5. Before we get started, I want to say, uh-oh, wait a minute. Let's undo that. Make sure we have a save as going on here. Save as in episode 6. Here we go. All right, we have Becca, Annie, Will, Becca, Annie, and Will, and that's it. Oh, we have Justin as well. Yep, Becca, Annie, and Will. There we go. Maybe we will sometime, Natiform. Put my pinky finger back. I'm still a white belt. Like I never got anywhere with it. If I remember, like, who's using the Natiform Twitch? Is it the bass? Is it the bass player? I forget your name, sir. But if so, I think you have a few pounds on me. I think you have like 20, 30 pounds on me, which is like, I mean, that's another thing about jujitsu is I was always the smallest guy, so always struggling against extra weight, you know, to the point where I didn't even like rolling with guys my size because I felt like I was cheating. All right, and okay, yeah. So anyway, before we get started here, just want to remind you guys to check out the Soundbooth Theater YouTube channel. That's the one where we put our actually fully produced stuff, not our live stuff. This here is the Soundbooth Theater live channel. Soundbooth Theater is where we post full audiobooks. We've got 6 full audiobooks up already. One of which is the one that's currently running is Vampire Queen, Book 1, The Samurai. That's by Sarah King. It's a crazy vampire story set in Alaska. I really, really, really enjoy this book. Annie Ellicott narrated it. It's one of her finest performances. and I get to play the titular character, the samurai. And it's a whole lot of fun. It's freaky, it's messed up, it's a little sexy, and it's hilarious at the same time. Sarah King has a real talent for character acting, or I'm sorry, character dialogue, and bringing her characters to life with writing. And so that's why I think that her work is particularly strong with us. Um, but yeah, go check that out. It's just the first part. There's going to be 4 parts total. Every Monday for 3 more Mondays from now, there's going to be another part of the audiobook released on our YouTube channel. If you like part 1 of Vampire Queen on YouTube and you want to keep going with the series and you don't want to wait a whole week to get your next part, go to soundbooth.app and pick up the 3-book series there. And also, someone mentioned the crocodile graphic novel backer kit. They said that I think a new loot box just got opened up. Where are we at? We're at Platinum Fan Box is coming up. I don't know when are we supposed to get that? Okay, wait, which ones have we opened so far? This is the gold fan box. Okay. Platinum Fan Box unlocks at Domination. Break DCC into the top 5 all-time most funded. Interesting. So all-time most funded on backer kit is Words of Radiance, Gloomhaven. So it needs to break 2.028 million. So we got another 400,000 and change to do in order to get that next loot box. There's no discussion of doing an audio translation of the Croc graphic novel right now, but Vault Comics is owned by Athon Books. Athon Books are guys who are best buds with, so I'm sure something like that's going to happen at some point. I don't know. I don't know about what I honestly don't understand the actual loot box thing. I don't know exactly what's going on with all that stuff. But you know, if you guys want something from me for the crocodile backer kit, I don't know. Get together, plan something out, talk to the people who are running the backer kit, and tell them. More celestial tears. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that means. So, yeah. Go check that out if you guys haven't already. The backer kit for Crocodile. Let's see. Almost at 1.6 million at this point. We're like less than 1,500 shy of $1,600,000. Holy shit, guys! There's the link to it. All right. Is Annie performing somewhere right now? I mean, she performs often, relatively often. She's like in 3 bands right now. So, unless you mean narrating. All right, let's get on to scene 5 of episode 3. There we go. Time to level collapse. 4 days, 9 hours. Entering the royal palace of Princess Donut. All right. All right, so some stuff happens here. I'll go ahead and switch over to the script. Quiet house party, murmuring of many women, idling in the team space. Okay, so the first half of this chapter is very much about the tension in the dialogue and the power play between Hecla and Carl. SFX should be minimalistic and the dialogue dialed in. Ambience recommend the space around Hecla be heavy and silent to emphasize her gravity. The irony of Hecla is she herself is not very feminine. She's actually an alpha Chad type. Personality, and my guess is she's actually Matt's quiet parody of a typical LitRPG / video game server harem lord. All right. Anything else?
Hi, Hecla. Hi, Hecla's friends. Look, Carl. Hi, Hecla. Hi, Hecla's friends. Look, Carl, it's Brynhild's daughters.
I love the way Englishmen say daughters. I can't even do it like as an example. I have to say it in a sentence.
It's Brynhild's daughters. Daughters.
There's just like that little extra bit of vowel in there. I'm going to try one more time.
Hi, Hecla. Hi, Hecla's friends. Look, Carl, it's Brynhild's daughters.
One more time. It's not quite there.
Hi, Hecla. Hi, Hecla's friends. Look, Carl, it's Brynhild's daughters.
There we go. Yeah, I can see Donut. Yeah, I can see Donut. "30 pairs of eyes turned toward us. I quickly looked over the group. Hecla had risen to level 33, one higher than my 32. The rest of her crew averaged around 25, which was respectable, but a little lagging. That was the problem with staying in a big group. I discussed this with Mordecai a while back. He firmly believed small groups were the best for that very reason. Experience was shared, but due to the nature of the earlier floors, there was only a finite amount of experience to be had. So while the bigger groups offered a certain amount of protection, it came with diminishing returns regarding experience. That's not as bad as I thought it was. I said regarding a little bit weird. It came with diminishing returns regarding experience. But like not weirdly enough for me to mess with. Experience. Where'd he go? Experience. But looking over the diverse group of crawlers and classes, I could see the advantage of having such a large team. The pool of spells and skills amongst them had to be impressive. At level 24, Katya was no longer the odd one out. She'd fit right in. At level 24, Katya was no longer the odd one out. She'd fit right in. Right in. Hecla and Katya pushed through the crawlers. Hecla held out her hand. She was even taller than I realized. She was about 9 inches taller than me. Her muscles bulged. She kept her automatic crossbow slung over her shoulder, and the thing was huge. I hesitantly shook her hand. It practically swallowed my own. Her hand felt as if it was made of iron. I wondered what the woman's strength stat was. It was huge. I hesitantly shook. All right, so we're going to keep Lucky Byfleet as Hecla. We got Katya, Andy Parsnow. Sorry, guys. Okay. So I need to audition a couple people for the roles of Hecla and Eva. So I'm just typing that up right now. Okay, so now I'm just going to give her some of these lines. Ooh, okay, let's do some editing here. Let's strike through. Is there a clear all formatting? There we go. Wow, what is going on here? Okay, now I just need to find Eva lines. All right, almost done with that. Got that ready, about to send it as soon as I get Eva lines. All right, so Andrea, Lucky, Carl, okay. Wait, really? This new information momentarily caused me to forget the potential danger of this situation. I sent a group message out. We can use Station 60 to get onto any track. Then I sent a quick additional note to Amani and Ellie, telling them what was going on with Hecla and her team. Then I sent a quick additional note to Amani and Ellie, telling them what was going on with Hecla and her team. What was it that he's responding to? Okay, I don't even really know. I'll find out later. And her team. I caught sight of a daughter with a familiar name. Eva, Katya's friend. She stood slightly back, just behind Hecla's right side. The green, opalescent woman was a four-armed, cobra-headed. The green, opalescent woman was a four-armed, cobra-headed creature, similar to Manasa the singer, though the coloring was different, and she did not have a naga body. Also, unlike Manasa, this woman was small, only about 5 feet tall. She stood on two regular legs, though she was covered in scales. She had a pair of wide sabers over her back, placed in an X formation, and she wore green, shiny leather armor that almost looked like a tracksuit. The woman glared at me, crossing both pairs of arms. I quickly examined her properties. Crawler number 9,077,240. Eva Sigrid. Level 27. Race, half Nagini, half Orc. Class, Nimblefoot Enforcer. The woman had one large skull and 3 smaller skulls over her head, indicating she had killed 13 people. Katya had said she'd only killed one, which suggested those additional 12 skulls were a recent addition. Looking about, I didn't see any other skulls over the crew. Including over Hecla. including over Hecla. This is the one who does her dirty work. Carl, Donut, don't say stuff like that. Let's wait to see what Hecla wants before we all jump into bed together. Let's wait to see what Hecla wants before we all jump into bed together. Donut.
OMG! You should date Hecla! The audience would love that! Think of the views!
At that moment, I had to confront something that had been at the back of my mind since the moment Audette had cautioned me about Hecla. Why hadn't I warned Donut about what Hecla really wants? Why hadn't I told Mordecai? I knew the answer. I always knew the answer, but I hadn't admitted it to myself. I thought she would be better off with Hecla's team. I believed Mordecai would think so too. That's why I never told them. It had been nagging me for a while, but I'd kept pushing it to the back of my mind. Stupid. Self-destructive. It was also par for the course. I thought of what the late Frank had said to me about being responsible for someone else. But seeing that woman, Eva, with all the skulls over her head, any thoughts I had of Donut being better off fled. For all I knew, each and every one of those skulls was someone who had deserved it. Or maybe it had been a mercy kill, like with Amani. But my instincts told me no. No. I could see both Hecla's and I could see both Hecla's and Eva's eyes flash, and I knew they were talking, plotting. Carl, don't let Mom go out. These guys are looking a little jumpy and I don't want any accidents. Donut.
We're in a safe room, and everybody loves Mungo! These are our friends, Carl!
Carl, just keep them locked up for now. If there's a scuffle, we don't Just keep him locked up for now. If there's a scuffle, we don't yet know if he'll freeze or teleport away, and this is not the place to find out. Donut beamed. Donut beamed. Whoop. Donut beamed. Katya appeared to be wavering. Donut beamed. Katya appeared to be wavering, like she wanted to say something. If Katya left and disengaged her personal space, it would severely alter the nature of the room. Mordecai would lose access to his space. We'd lose the training room. We'd spent so much time working together. It seemed like such a waste. Crap. Donut beamed. Katya appeared to be wavering, like she wanted to say something. If Katya left and disengaged her personal space, it would severely alter the nature of the room. Mordecai would lose access to his space. We'd lose the training room. We'd spent so much time working together. It seemed like such a waste. There we go. Okay, that's good. I like that. More Hecla. I think what I'm going to do... So I've been labeling it Lucky just because I'm taking for granted that we're going to give that part to Lucky. But I think I should be labeling Hecla instead. Nope, that's Katya though. So let me fix that. Nope. Okay, we got Hecla and Eva on my system now. Hecla. All right. And we got a little Annie action here with a little kitty chirp. On my shoulder, Donut started to tremble with excitement. On my shoulder, Donut started to tremble with excitement. She worshipped Hecla, and I knew the thought of fighting alongside the Shield Maiden was a dream of hers. Tell them to hike to Station 102. Go into the robot room and ride the conveyor back. For fuck's sake. How much did Hecla know about me? Was Katya just feeding her everything I did and said? How could she know who my friends were otherwise? It made me wonder if Hecla had spies strategically. It made me wonder if Hecla had spies strategically placed everywhere. Jesus, was that possible? Or was I being overly paranoid? I was in over my head, and I knew it. And even worse, I had enough wits about myself to recognize that asking me to help her was a masterful move by Hecla. How could we not help? I'd look like a cowardly idiot if I didn't. Plus, I wanted to. 1,000 people? And Li Jun, and possibly his sister Li Na and friend Zhang? I'd last seen them when they'd unwittingly been dragged onto the Maestro's show for the Death Watch segment, but they'd managed to save themselves. I didn't really owe them anything. But if they were truly trapped, how couldn't I help? But they'd managed to save themselves. But what about Bautista? All the way at the end of the line. You can't save them all. I couldn't save anybody if I ended up dead. So what should I do? I had no idea how to help Bautista. I could try going back through the portal with the nightmare, but then what? I didn't even know if there was more than one Abyss station. No, it simply didn't make sense. I had to look at this logically. If Hecla's plan was to kill or otherwise discredit me and to get Donut to join up with them, so they in turn had access to Mordecai, They had to do it without Donut knowing that's what they did. Or Mordecai. And the only way to do it would be to make it look like an accident. But how could they possibly do that when literally the entire universe was watching them at all times? It'd be easy to hide something from Donut at first, but Hecla had to know by now that people like Odette existed. Information entered the dungeon like drops through a leaky roof. Whatever it was, it wouldn't happen right away. Once Donut latched onto someone, it was hard to get her to unlatch. But she didn't know any of the other newcomers. I'd made a serious mistake by not talking about this earlier. I would have to start fixing it now. I glanced over at the cobra-headed Eva and met her eyes. A very slight smile curved her mouth. A smile that did not reach her eyes. Curved her mouth. A smile that did not reach her eyes. Smile curved her mouth. A smile that did not reach her eyes. Carl, Donut, be careful, okay? I'm getting a bad vibe from that Eva woman. Don't trust her. Donut.
Right?
Donut.
Right? Right? She's scary. She keeps looking at you like you're a can of Fancy Feast.
Carl, if anything happens to me, question everything. Donut.
What do you mean?
Carl, just watch that one, okay? And keep an eye on Hecla, too. I know you like her, and so do I, but I don't think she likes me too much. She might let me get hurt if it will help her team. I quickly rummaged through my inventory and rearranged some items on my hot list. I added that invisibility potion I'd gotten from the suitcase into one of my slots. Then I added Mordecai's special brew, which would give me almost invulnerability for about 30 seconds. I had to be careful with that one since it made it so I couldn't take another potion for 10 hours afterward. Okay. We'll help. Just don't get me killed so you can have Donut all to yourself. Okay. We'll help. Just don't get me killed so you can have Donut all to yourself. Okay. We'll help. Just don't get me killed so you can have Donut all to yourself.
I think I want to be a little more, less intense and more nonchalant, but like, looking her in the eye.
Okay, we'll help. Just, don't get me killed so you can have Donut all to yourself. Okay. We'll help. Just don't get me killed so you can have Donut all to yourself.
All right, let's hear him. Gonna go through all the takes, see which one's best.
Okay. We'll help. Just don't get me killed so you can have Donut all to yourself. Okay. We'll help. Just don't get me killed so you can have... Okay, we'll help. Just, don't get me killed so you can have Donut all to yourself. Okay. We'll help. Just don't get me killed so you can have Donut all to yourself.
That's probably it, huh? I think I can do better, though.
Okay. We'll help. Just, don't get me killed so you can have Donut all to yourself.
Okay. We'll help. Just, don't get me killed so you can have donut all to yourself.
I think that's it. Yeah. I think that's it. You guys. Okay. Eva's mouth tightened. At that moment, I saw it. It was just a glimmer in the normally stoic woman's facade, but it was there. But it was there. She's having fun. She likes this. She's as crazy as the rest of us. I started mentally working on the problem. I had plenty of metal in my inventory. I'd have to go up there and measure the front of the train, as each one was a little different. So, you want me to build you a cowcatcher or some other device to put on the front of the train? Hecla turned to Katya, who appeared as if she was going to vomit.
You want to stick Katya to the front of the train? Are you kidding? That sounds like a Carl plan. You want to stick Katya to the front of the train? Are you kidding? That sounds like a Carl plan.
One more time.
What? You want to stick Katya to the front of the train? Are you kidding? That sounds like a Carl plan. What? You want to stick Katya to the front of the train? Are you kidding? That sounds like a Carl plan. You want to stick Katya to the front of the train? Are you kidding? That sounds like a Carl plan. What? You want to stick Katya to the front of the train? Are you kidding? That sounds like a Carl plan. You want to stick Katya to the front of the train? Are you kidding? That sounds like a Carl plan.
Okay, I'm gonna actually want to try one more time.
You want to stick Katya to the front of the train? Are you kidding? That sounds like a Carl plan.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna splice them. Let's try this one and this one.
You want to stick Katya to the front of the train? Are you kidding? That sounds like a Carl plan.
That sounds really good. Let me hear it with just take 4 on its own.
You want to stick Katya to the front of the train? Are you kidding? That sounds like a Carl plan.
That one? That one's better? Oops.
You want to stick Katya to the front of the train? Are you kidding? That sounds like a Carl plan.
Okay, so number 4 instead of that splice.
You want to stick Katya to the front of the train? Are you kidding?
Yeah, okay, I get it. You're right. I agree. Nope. Fuck. Nope. Fuck. Did it again. Anything soloed? There we go. Carl. Katya. You don't have to do this. I can build a middle... Katya, you don't have to do this. I can build a metal one. Katya. Donut.
Carl is right! You are going to get hurt!
It was actually a brilliant idea, and I was impressed at the sheer insanity of it. But I would never let her do it if it was up to me. It was simply too dangerous. Carl, you're not disposable, Katya. Hekla is treating you as if you are. I'm sorry if I didn't make you feel welcome. You can say no. You can stay with me and Donut. Katya. Carl. Your idea? Katya. Okay. I love this part. I'm just going to read it because I love... I want you guys to hear it. Zev.
God damn it, Carl. You need to be having these moments out loud.
Go fuck yourself, Zev. How's that for talking? Go fuck yourself, Zev. How's that for talking out loud? Go fuck yourself, Zev. How's that for talking out loud? Okay. If we do this, Donut and I will ride in the engineer's car, and I would like Katya to stay in our team until we're done. All this transferring around will take too long. As long as that's cool with you. To my surprise, she walked up to me and hugged me. Long and tight. Ugh. So this is him being surprised by her hugging him. Oops, fuck. She walked up to me and hugged me. Ugh. Long and tight. When we left the personal space, I paused, confused. Before, the door led straight into the attached restaurant, but now there was a vestibule similar to one at the Before, the door led straight into the attached restaurant, but now there was a vestibule similar to the one at the Desperado Club. A second door was attached to a wall next to ours. It was a subspace portal that I couldn't enter or screenshot. After a moment, I realized it was the entrance to Hekla's team's headquarters. That was how the system dealt with multiple, non-attached personal spaces being accessible when crawlers had the... I'm gonna change mouse, because it keeps doing the unfollow thing. Oh, is it off? Yeah, turn it off. That was how the system dealt with multiple, non-attached personal spaces being accessible when crawlers had the ability to enter into more than one. I knew what it was, a temporary, situationally generated space. I remembered there was a note about them in my book. I half expected Eva to turn and attempt to saber me in the face the moment we left the safe room. She didn't. We went through the trap door down onto the dark employee line. It appeared the ghouls were leaving this track free. That was good. The nightmare remained where we left it, happily idling. I briefly wondered what Firebrandy did to pass the time. But then I remembered her babies, and the fact she was constantly giving birth. She probably had no time to get bored. If you want to ride, your team will need to hang on to the outside of the train. There's not enough room in the cab. There's room on the back platform, though. Me, Donut, and Katya climbed into the cab while Hekla, Eva, and a few more daughters stood on the back platform by the door. The rest moved to the front and clutched awkwardly onto the railings, standing on either side of the Nightmare's boiler. A few of the smaller, fairy-like daughters alighted onto the platform out front, just above the cowcatcher. I imagined we looked like a parade float with so many colorful women attached to the outside. It's too bad we can't move this train to the Vermilion line. I flushed the brake line. This train would be perfect for clearing the track of ghouls. I stuck my head out the window. Ladies, watch out! The boiler gets really, really hot. Only hold on to the rails, and watch the walls. We'll go slow, but if the walls hit you, it's game over.
I just realized you're the only boy here. All these people, and there's only one penis. You could start a harem. I just realized you're the only boy here. All these people, and there's only one penis. You could start a harem, like the guy on that Sister Wives television show. I just realized you're the only boy here. All these people, and there's only one penis. You could start a harem, like the guy on that Sister Wives television show.
Nobody is starting a harem.
Start a harem, like the guy... You could start a harem, like the guy on that Sister Wives television show.
Nobody is starting a harem.
No, I suppose not. You couldn't even keep one woman interested. No, I suppose not. You couldn't even keep one woman interested.
Harem.
No, I suppose not. You couldn't even keep one woman interested.
We started to pick up speed. We started to pick up speed. We'd be at Station 60 in just a few minutes.
Katya, why does your friend have so many skulls?
All right, and that's the end of this episode. All right, who do we have? Andy, Hecla, Eva, and Dory. All right. It is time for episode 6. Or, no, 7. Starting on 7. Wait, this is episode 6. What the fuck? Oh. All right, here we are, Scene 1, Episode 7. Like Madison from Human Resources had predicted, a small colony of NPCs had gathered at Station 60. We didn't stay long at the station, which was too small already to house the group of NPCs gathered there, but as we passed through, I noted Madison sitting in the corner glaring at us sullenly. She was being berated and threatened by an angry mob of dwarves and gremlins. Rod, her ex-husband, was nowhere in sight. I wondered if he was even real. As we left and entered into the long, twisting hallway that led to a confusing series of portals which in turn led to additional platforms, we had to step past a dwarf huddled on the ground, his head hanging low. According to the tag, the creature's name was Tizquick, a conductor of the Mango Line. A puddle of tears had formed underneath him. Hecla stepped over him as if he wasn't there. Donut and I paused. I kneeled. I knew there was nothing I could do for him, but I felt compelled to acknowledge him, if just for a moment. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're going through, but it has to be hard. It'll be over in 4 days when the level collapses. Only to start over again for you. The dwarf looked at me, and it struck me, as it always did, at the life there in his eyes. Okay, so this one is assigned to Justin. Tizquick comes back at some point, right? He and Fryer, that's right. Shit. Let's see if there's anybody else I can hand this one to besides Justin. I'm going to go with Will. Let's give this one to Will.
life there in his eyes.
There we go.
Tears streamed down his dirt-colored face. They left rivulets of clean skin through the grime. I put my hand on his shoulder and I leaned in. No, I suppose you don't. And that really sucks. I thought of Frank Q killing people so his daughter could have a chance. I thought of my own mother and what she did. Both of them had failed miserably. But this guy had it even worse. He'd been tricked into believing something that just wasn't real. He never even had the opportunity to screw it up. Before this was done, people like him would kill people like me by the thousands, and people like me would cleave through his kind, wreaking even more damage. All the while, the real culprits sat back and watched and laughed. One day, this pain you are feeling right now will matter. One day, this pain you are feeling right now will matter. The conductor looked up at me, eyes sparkling with confusion. I straightened, and I left the man on the floor. Hecla remained there at the edge of the portal. She'd watched the exchange.
All right, very short scene, but we need Annie, Hecla, and Will for it. Does this one have a... No, time to level collapse, no. All right. Save as. Oops. I just Command aid this browser. Irrelevant Jack's coming to YouTube soon. I don't know when exactly, but... Nope. We watched Katya form in front of the subway car. We watched Katya form in front of the subway car. I nervously kept an eye on the third rail, just 9 inches from the lower left of her plow shape. She'd consulted with me and one of the daughters, an architect, on the design. I'd had her place her new rubber layer between herself and the front of the train, along with a coating all along the left and bottom side of the scoop. That way, if she did touch the rail, she wouldn't, in theory, complete the circuit. But the last thing we wanted was to test it. The engine car of the Vermilion line was like most of the subway cars. It had a flat, window-covered front section. The controls were simple, especially compared to the Nightmare. It was a lone throttle switch and an emergency brake, along with a few lights indicating electrical connections, status, and an... Where did it go? It was a lone throttle switch and an emergency brake, along with a few lights indicating electrical connection status and an indicator telling the driver that all the cars were still attached. I briefly inspected the second engine car, attached backward at the end of the train. It had a slave mode. It had a slave mode where it added power to the train, even though it was facing the wrong direction. It would be more efficient if it was right behind the first engine. But this worked too. As long as we didn't get into an accident. A plow is an easy design. The problem is the train fits so tightly in the tunnel that there's nowhere for the debris to go. It's not like the Nightmare line where there's a thin channel between the train and the ceiling and the sidewalls. These trains are packed in tight, otherwise we'd go with a wedge design. Even with just the scoop, the tunnel will get clogged like a drain. All right, so that's not right. Let's try it again. A plow is an easy design. The problem is the train fits so tightly in the tunnel that there's nowhere for the debris to go. It's not like the Nightmare line where there's a thin channel. A plow is an easy design. The problem is the train fits so tightly in the tunnel that there is nowhere for the debris to go. It's not like the Nightmare line where there's a thin channel between the train and the ceiling and the sidewalls. These trains are packed in tight, otherwise we'd go with a wedge design. Even with just the scoop, the tunnel will get clogged like a drain. There we go. That's why we came up with the kebab plan. That's why we came up with the kebab plan. Carl, Katya, extend the lower scoop a little further. Katya, extend the lower scoop a little further. Okay. Yeah. Damn it. I wish I'd had time to make train wheels to stabilize it. You'll need to be careful not to... You'll need to be careful. You'll need to be careful not to clip the ground. If you do, don't let it pull you off the train. They're going to be heavy. I watched her form. I couldn't even see where her head was.
Katya. We'd broken out the windows. We'd broken out the windows in the engine car so Katya could reach inside. This is where most of her biological flesh would remain, though I worried that this was the wrong design. Nobody in the group was an engineer, and that was a problem. She'd built herself almost like a toggle bolt. She'd built herself almost like a toggle bolt. She'd built herself almost like a toggle bolt. She'd built herself almost like a toggle bolt, affixing herself to the flat front of the subway car, reaching in through the window and then making a small, vertical hunk of Katya that was bigger than the window hole and pulled... She'd built herself almost like a toggle bolt, affixing herself to the flat front of the subway car, reaching in through the window and then making a small, vertical hunk of Katya that was bigger than the window hole and pulled flush against the wall. It had worked well, I hoped. It'd work well, I hoped. But if she gathered too much weight onto her scoop, I feared she'd rip the front of the train off. I cushioned the top and bottom of the metal parts where she attached with a pair of yoga mats to make it more comfortable and to help with insulation, both for herself and those of us in the cab. Both for herself and those of us in the cab. None of that would matter if she gathered too much weight. If the bolt pulled free, she'd get dragged down, hit the track, be ripped off the front of the train, then run over. She'd be splattered all over the tunnel along with everyone in the engine car. After the scoop was formed came the spikes. Multiple, thick, sharp, and metal spikes protruded out from the scoop like a sea anemone, or one of the street urchin mobs from the third floor. We kept these mostly at about chest level and above. This was a gamble. We expected the spikes to break if they hit armor or ghoul mobs with tough skin. But the faster we went, the higher Katya's constitution, so it was crucial if we wanted to maintain speed. The moment a mob was impaled on the spike or caught in the scoop, Katya would start the process of sticking the body into her inventory. That would only work if the monster was truly dead, however, so Donut and Hecla would stand at the windows and would, carefully, shoot anything caught in the spikes or scoop. With the spikes, we hoped they'd die more quickly, especially if the train moved as fast as Eva said it could. With the spikes, we hoped they'd die more quickly, especially if the train moved as fast as Eva said it could go. Katya finally finished forming. I marveled at how much area her body took. But that also worried me, as I knew the larger she was, the thinner the metal, the weaker the joints. She was literally stretched thin. A pair of eyes and mouth sat in a little divot, looking out near the top of the scoop. I had wanted her to face inside the cab, but she still didn't trust her ability to grow new eyes. What? Oh, I see. I'd wanted her to... I mean, why does she need to look? Why does she need to see? Uh-oh. I'd wanted her to face inside the cab, but she still didn't trust her ability to grow new eyes. Top of the scoop. I'd wanted her to... Last chance to back out! Last chance to back out! Last chance to back out! Excuse me. She didn't answer. The engine car was much roomier than the nightmare engine. This was an entire train car with an apartment attached to it. It was meant to house a Mantar engineer. Eva stood on the right side at the controls. Hekla stood next to her, crossbow ready to fire through the missing windshield. Donut and I stood on the port side. Katya's body snaked in through both of the two windows, and she'd formed a thick metal plate there, bolting herself to the front of the cab. If it wasn't flesh-colored, she'd look like a feature of the train. I put my hand against it before I realized what I was doing, and I could feel her heartbeat. I put my hand against it before I realized what I was doing, and I could feel her heartbeat, fast as a jackrabbit. Until that moment, I hadn't realized she even had a heart. I quickly pulled my hand away. One more of the daughters rode up front with us. A level 25 Wisteria fairy named Silpha. She was a holistic healer. I hoped her healing abilities were more effective here in the dungeon than the holistic snake oil stuff from the real world. The plump woman appeared to be about 50 years old and was half the size of Donut. She quietly hung back.
All right, and now Eva comes in. Nope. Incorrect.
This was the first time I'd heard the cobra-headed woman speak. I was a little taken aback at how normal she sounded. A little tongue flicked out.
I wish you'd let me take Mongo out. He'd love this.
Connection lost. Why? The fuck? It's plugged in. That's odd. Guess I'll have to deal with the magic mouse for a while.
He'd love this. I wish you'd let me take Mongo out. He'd love this.
Flicked out. Flicked out. It's too dangerous for him right now. I'm pretty sure we'll need him soon. Besides, he'd eat that fairy lady right out of the air.
Ah, that's not true, Carl. It only takes him a minute to get used to people. And then he'll love them for life. Minutes to get used to people. And then he'll love them for life. A minute to get used to people. And then he'll love them for life.
That was the problem. I wanted to keep Mongo away from them as much as possible in case something happened. If we had to fight, I didn't want Mongo stopping to roll over for a belly rub from Hekla. I eyed Silpha the healer nervously. Since I'd never fought with her before, I didn't trust her. I had 8 scrolls of healing ready to go, and Donut had another 6.
Whoops.
Donut had another 6.
Something happened there.
I had 8 scrolls of healing ready to go, and Donut had another 6. My stomach dropped as the train picked up speed, barreling down the tunnel. The sickly headlamp wasn't nearly as bright as the light on the nightmare. Donut? Donut?
On it.
Donut? Donut? Nightmare. Donut?
On it.
She cast torch, setting it to travel ahead of us. It lit the tunnel brightly, revealing the uneven rocky walls. A group of red dots appeared on the map. It was just 3 of them. I barely had time to bark a warning before we mowed them over.
Katya!
Katya! I barely had time to bark a warning before we mowed them over. Huh. Oh. There wasn't even a thump. There wasn't even a thump or an audible splat. Only a small spray of blood over Hecla and Eva's faces. I tried not to laugh. There wasn't even a body. It was like we'd hit a bug with the windshield. We'd completely liquefied the mobs, and the train was still screaming.
Still accelerating.
And the train was still accelerating. The mobs, and the train was... Eva's faces... faces... I tried not... My mind started to race with the implications and possibilities of that.
Oh, that was Katya telling him that she got experience and that she took the head into her inventory and also all the blood. There's a new tab called Gross Shit.
This was the station where the ghouls were all coming from.
Congratulations!
That wasn't necessarily a good thing, but I wasn't about to say that now. The wall of red dots rushed toward us like missiles descending on a target. There was a constant stream of ghouls coming off the platform. Most were traveling up the line, but a handful were turned toward us. Most of the mobs were now sticking to the right side of the tunnel. They were running, too, running fast. Terrifyingly fast. There was a pile of X's along the track where the ghouls had barbecued themselves on the third rail. I was worried that the pile of electrified bodies would still be intact enough to give Katya a shock as we plowed through. Hopefully her self-insulation would be enough. Here we go.
All right, sofa. Who can we get for sofa? We'll get Jessica 3 for sofa. Well, no. Dory's fine for sofa. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, let's keep Dory for sofa.
Ah, Jesus, fuck!
Hey.
Ah, Jesus, fuck! Gore and bits of bone and hair blasted into the engine like it was being sprayed at us through a fire hose. 100 mini fleeting shocks rocked me. 100 mini fleeting shocks rocked me, giving me a small amount of damage. The train shuddered, but it didn't slow as we plowed through the screaming mass of ghouls. We cut through the bodies like a goddamned wheat thresher. She'd been fine, but she was suddenly unconscious, and her health was at about 50% and dropping. I put my hand against her flesh and felt a tingle of electricity. She was getting shocked by something, probably a body part wedged between her and the line.
Faster! Where the hell is that healer? Faster! Where the hell is that healer?
I cast my heal scroll on Katya, and her health returned to the top, though she remained unconscious, and it continued to drop. I turned in time to see a monster head on the floor, growling. It was an almost human head with green, rotting skin, pulled tight over the skull. I stomped it down with my foot. There was another, a torso with a head attached. It reached for Silpha, who had buzzed to the top of the cab, screaming.
Forgot to direct Silpha, middle-aged healer fairy. Loves. Why? Why did I lose connection with my mouse too? What the fuck? This is bullshit, man. What the fuck is going on here? There we go.
These were different than the festering ghouls. These were the monsters being generated at stop number 72. I quickly examined the creature before I crushed its head with my foot.
Blister Ghoul, level 20. The thing with the Blister Ghoul is that it is so damn tenacious. This undead creature is created and unleashed into the dungeon using a device called a ghoul generator. There are multiple types of ghouls and generators out there, but the bad boy that spits these suckers out is top of the line. For every non-undead mob that dies within this floor, one of the soul crystal-powered ghoul generators will birth a single Blister Ghoul. It's rather unfortunate, then, that every mob on the entire floor is suffering from something that will eventually kill them.
Soul crystals. Goddamn soul crystals. That's what they'd used to power the swordsman guards on the 3rd floor, and it's what Miss Quill had been using to cast her spell. The soul crystal had become overwhelmed and turned itself into a massive bomb. That bomb, now dubbed Carl's Doomsday Scenario, still sat in my inventory. I hadn't even dared take it out at my sapper's table yet. These things were always bad news. The chaos of this entire floor was starting to form into something a little more cohesive than I'd originally expected. The chaos of this entire floor was starting to form into something a little more cohesive than I'd originally suspected. This wasn't just a maze. It was an almost perpetual engine, and the next day these things were going to be everywhere.
Nope, fuck.
The mobs had thinned out, but we were still hitting a handful every few seconds. Katya had a dozen heads and other body parts attached to the spikes. Some of the body pieces were still alive. The gore was starting to fill up her scoop. Donut was carefully shooting them through the window while Hekla did the same. Donut was soaked in dripping, steaming guts. Absolutely soaked. Her massive sunglasses protected her eyes, but she had to keep washing the blood away. Katya's health continued to move downward. She hadn't once been healed by the so-called healer.
Heals, goddammit! Look! It's dead! Come on! Heals, goddammit! Look! It's dead! Come on! You will heal her now! And can you wake her up? You will heal her now! And can you wake her up?
The fairy looked at Hekla, who nodded. The fairy had over 24 boss kills by her name, but she acted as if this was her first foray into action. Katya glowed, and the unconscious debuff faded just as she hit another group of ghouls. Katya glowed, and the unconscious debuff faded just as she hit another group of ghouls. More blood splattered into the train, soaking Silpha. I watched as the massive pile of body parts lowered, zipping away into her inventory. She did it again, and again. All that was left was a pile of chattering heads. Donut and Hekla went to work. More gore splattered across Eva's face. Corpses dotted the tracks here, including a pile of bodies on the platform. As we rushed past, I caught sight of several dead hobgoblins and jackal-faced gnolls. Multiple tracks spread out from the main line here, too, with a long line of small cars sitting idle, ready to hop onto the main track. These were tiny platforms, each about the size of a Mini Cooper. A long group of portals and switches remained here, too. But the station passed quickly, and I'd only gotten a quick glance. Hobgoblins meant this was where the crash interdiction teams were stationed. They'd been overrun by the ghouls. I knew that gnolls were often used as security. I wondered if they were transit security forces I wondered if they were the transit security forces Madison had been babbling about. After that, the stations were much further apart. Ghouls remained on the tracks, always jogging forward. We also started seeing other mobs, but only in ones and twos. They shouldn't be on this track at all, since this line only stopped at transit stations. But nevertheless, they were all... But, nevertheless, they were here, all mobs suffering from the DTs. They came and died so quickly I never got a chance to examine them. But some of these single mobs were bigger and armored, and Katya started losing spikes. We passed through a pair of rhino-sized, metal-clad troll creatures, and her spikes were left all broken and bent. The train bucked, and I thought for certain we'd derail. But we remained on the tracks. Katya fixed her spikes the best she could, but she needed the metal to maintain the scoop's integrity. Thankfully, the monsters died instantly upon impact. A moment later, we hit a small group of ghouls mixed in with some fist-sized fairies who exploded. When we hit the flying creatures, they detonated in a mix of sparkles that covered the front of the scoop with rainbow-colored When we hit the flying creatures, they detonated in a mix of sparkles that covered the front of the scoop with rainbow-colored luminescence. Hekla leaned back from the window, rubbing the blood and gore from her face. She suddenly grinned big. She suddenly grinned big. I had no idea what the hell that meant. For the next hour and a half, we zoomed up the tunnel, moving towards Station 101. Hekla tried talking to Donut, but I kept myself between them. I tried to strike up a conversation with Eva, but she just grunted at me. I could tell everybody in the room was talking to one another via chat. Just a few minutes before we got there, I received a message from Ellie. Ellie. She says, "Hey, good news." Donut.
Hi, Ellie. Hi, Emoni.
Carl. Oh yeah? What's that? Oh yeah? What's that? Ellie. Speed up! Silpha! Heal her about 5 seconds after we hit the crowd. I don't care what her health is. Just do it. How many times can you cast before you run out of mana? What's your potion cooldown? We rocketed down the tunnel. The line of dots appeared at the edge of my map, closing fast. Okay, good. I want you to heal Katya, count to 5, and heal her again. Keep doing it until we say stop. Keep an eye on her for any other conditions. Do you understand? Silpha looked at Hekla, who nodded. Fuck. Hate this shit. The tight tunnel was actually keeping us on the track, I realized, as ghoul pieces showered into the cab. I went to work killing everything that continued to move. I smashed at a gnashing head with my fist, and it exploded. More came, one of them chomping painfully onto my leg. I pushed it down. My knee pads activated. My knee pads activated, the spikes killing it. Work killing everything that continued to move. Ghoul pieces showered into the cab. I went to work killing everything that continued to move. I smashed at a gnashing head with my fist. I smashed at a gnashing head with my fist, and it exploded. More came, one of them chomping painfully onto my leg. I pushed it down. My knee pads activated, the spikes killing it. As we plowed through, we noticeably slowed. A few notifications appeared. Donut was screaming and slicing with her claws as more and more living ghoul bits showered into the cab. In moments, we were waist-deep in body parts. More than should be possible, and a lot of it was still alive. The spikes killing it. As we plowed through, we noticeably slowed. A few notifications appeared. Donut was screaming and slicing with her claws as more and more Something bit me. Then something else. Bit me. Then something else. I had to step back from the window. The pile of gore reminded me of the piles of chum dumped by boats by the docks. It angled down from the window, reaching halfway through the car and growing by the moment. The actual liquid was up to my knees. Holy shit, this was a bad idea. Donut was suddenly on my shoulder. She had a severed hand clutched tight on her tail. Let me get that!
Ugh!
Thank you!
I looked to see Katya's health at about 10%, even as my own health started to plummet. Where was the fucking fairy? My damage reflect was doing a good job at hurting monsters when they attacked, but there were so many. I slammed my heal scroll, topping off Katya, and then I had to heal myself with a spell. I activated Talon Strike and cast Bang Bro and waded back toward the window. I started smashing the heads all around us. It was like trying to fight while buried in oatmeal. The gore continued to shower into the train. Hekla had a physical shield spell around herself. Eva had one of her 4 hands on the throttle while she sliced down with her sabers. She was up to her chest. Body parts just kept coming and coming. The parts were getting bigger and bigger as we slowed, including full, living ghouls who weren't quite dead. I ducked as a fully intact ghoul flew into the car. The green-skinned monstrosity got up and charged at me. Donut blasted it with a missile. The exterior of the train was completely covered with crawling and moaning and scrabbling monsters. The whole front cab groaned ominously. Katya was spiking them mercilessly, clearing the gore by pulling the bodies into her inventory. But there were just so many, and she wasn't moving fast enough. I whirled back to Katya. Fucking hell! How was her health so low? We'd almost pushed through the horde, and only a few ghouls remained on the exterior. I dodged and swung, punching over and over, killing monsters while keeping an eye on Katya's constantly dwindling health. Was she getting shocked again? There was so much gore and bodies out there. Surely she was getting blasted. But it was going down even faster than before, and I didn't feel anything. But it was going down even faster than before, and I didn't feel anything. It was like she'd been hit with a debuff, but it didn't show on her status. I read another heal scroll, then another. I'd soon be out. Carl. No. Donut.
Carl! Hekla shot Katya with an invisible arrow! I saw it with my sunglasses! I saw it with my sunglasses! She did it earlier, and I thought it was a mistake, but she did it again! It was mixed in with her regular arrows. It went into her scoop! The arrows are still stuck in her! I think she did it on purpose! Carl! Hekla shot Katya with an invisible arrow! I saw it with my sunglasses. She did it earlier, and I thought it was a mistake, but she did it again. It was mixed in with her regular arrows. It went into her scoop. The arrows are still stuck in her. I think she did it on purpose.
Carl. Katya! Disengage! Lose your mass! Now! Now! The train continued to slow, the brakes screaming. We were free of the crowd. Eva had been injured, blood spewing from one of her 4 hands. Hekla continued to kill the ghouls in the cab. She'd fallen back from the window, standing, thankfully out of reach. She'd slung her crossbow and had a short, curved blade in each hand and was twirling about, slicing and killing. Her shield was gone, and she now had enraged flashing over her head. The tall woman screamed as she fought, while this subway car was a little wider than usual. While this subway car was a little wider than usual, it wasn't that big, and I had to duck several times to avoid her frenzied slashes. I stayed back the best I could. The scoop at the front of the train vanished. Blood and guts showered onto the track. A lump of flesh plopped onto the floor of the cab, disappearing into the gore. A moment passed, and Katya reappeared, her health still plummeting. Hekla continued to kill.
Nope. Fuck.
Katya! Katya!
The arrows are still there! They're sticking out of her shoulder! Pull them out! The arrows are still there! The arrows are still there! They're sticking out of her shoulder! Pull them out!
Unconscious reappeared over her. There was no visible wound on Katya's shoulder. She appeared to be wearing her regular red leather outfit. I unsummoned my gauntlet and reached over, scrabbling until my hand grabbed onto something invisible. Grabbed onto something invisible.
That's it! Pull it! Pull it! Pull it! Pull it!
Only once it was freed did the hole in her leather... Only once it was freed did the hole in her leather appear. Donut healed her. I pulled the invisible bolt into my inventory and grasped until I found the second one. I could feel that the shaft was splintered. I yanked. I quickly examined it. Where is it? Grasped until I found the second one. I could feel that the shaft was splintered. I yanked. I quickly examined it.
Dirty little phased bolt. This item is broken. It must be repaired before you may use it. This is a phased item. It is invisible. It will hide its entry point and will only be discovered if it is physically touched. The perfect ammunition for the discerning crossbow assassin. This item will cast both temporary amnesia and suffering bleed onto its victim, draining them of health until they are at 10%. A second bolt will lower the victim's health to 1%. Victims who subsequently perish will be listed as dying from an alternate... Victims who subsequently perish will be listed as dying from an alternate source. You will not get credit or experience for the kill, nor will you get Nor will you get one of those nasty skulls by your name if you happen to kill a fellow crawler. Wink, wink. Nor will you get one of those nasty skulls by your name if you happen to kill a fellow crawler. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
What the actual fuck? Why was she trying to kill Katya? Why was she trying to kill Katya? Out on the platform, a mass of crawlers surged toward the now stopped train. On the periphery of my map, I saw what had to be 500 red dots pushing the massive blue dots back. Hekla finally looked up from the gore. The enraged buff blinked a few times and disappeared. She had a wild look to her eyes. She focused on the still unconscious Katya hanging on my arm. She frowned. It was as if she hadn't even noticed that we'd saved her until that moment. Eva had healed herself, but she had lost a hand. She stared at it stupidly, as if she was surprised it hadn't grown back. I stomped down on one last ghoul head. I stomped. Everyone just looked at each other, not sure what to do next. Carl, Donut, be cool. This doesn't have to turn into a fight. She was trying something, and whatever it was, it didn't work. We don't want to fight her.
All right, here goes. Actually, I kind of want to redo his line real quick.
Donut, be cool. This doesn't have to turn into a fight. She was trying something, and whatever it was, it didn't work. We don't want to fight her.
You tried to kill Katya, you fucking bitch! You tried to kill Katya, you fucking bitch! You tried to kill Katya, you fucking bitch! You tried to kill Katya, you fucking bitch!
Okay, we got 4 takes. Let's get some votes going.
You tried to kill Katya, you fucking bitch! You tried to kill Katya, you fucking bitch! You tried to kill Katya, you fucking bitch! You tried to kill Katya, you fucking bitch!
Think number 1? Here's number 1 one more time.
You tried to kill Katya, you fucking bitch!
Sorry, that was the wrong one. Here's number 1.
You tried to kill Katya, you fucking bitch!
Number 2.
You tried to kill Katya, you fucking bitch!
Number 3.
You tried to kill Katya, you fucking bitch!
And number 4.
You tried to kill Katya, you fucking bitch!
1, 1, 3, 2, 1, 1 and 3, 1, 3, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, it seems like 1 is the... 3 has more hate in her voice, you say. It looks like 1 is pretty universally loved.
You tried to kill Katya, you fucking bitch!
We don't want to fight her.
You tried to...
Her.
You...
fight her.
You tried to kill Kotia, you fucking bitch!
Yeah. I mean, people are making good arguments for 3, though.
You tried to kill Kotia, you fucking bitch!
Yeah, I think 1 is still better.
You tried to kill Kotia, you fucking bitch!
Yeah. That's the one. We're keeping it. All right, guys. Bathroom break time for me. I shall return not too long from now, but that's the end of the scene. Time for, I believe, scene 3. All right, so that is scene 2. We need Hecla, Eva, Andy, Dory, Alejandra, Annie, okay. All right. Saved. Collect all and save. And all right. So I'm going to put up this image file. Love this fucking cover, dude. The cover of season 3, episode 1. So cool. We'll leave that on and we'll put some more music on. Let's put on some music from... Why is this folder empty? That makes no sense. Here we go. This one's pretty long, I think. Yeah. All right. While I'm gone, I'd like you guys to guess for me what this song is. This is from The Stars Have Eyes. But if you guys didn't know this already, The Stars Have Eyes, almost all of the music is covers of different songs from bands from the British invasion of the 60s and 70s. So let me know, guys, if you can understand or if you recognize the song. I'm back. Ooh, it looks like someone. Hey, someone's. It looks like. Hold on. Yeah, Graphic Cat got it. Did anybody get it before Graphic Cat? Oh. Oh, Andy S got it. Got at least Zeppelin. Who said Zeppelin first? It looks like Rooster Jazz said. Oh. No, Graphic Cat. No, Graphic Cat got it first. Excel has been nicer to me, definitely. And yes. I like Carl Burke said good times, bad times. That was, I mean, it's funny because the actual melody's kind of close, right? Ba da 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 da. Good times, bad times. You know, I've had my share. What is and what shall never be, I think. What is and what should never be. What should never be, yeah. Do you guys want to play one more? You guys want to play Guess That Tune for one more? The cover music is mostly Ahmed, our lead engineer, but some of it is me as well. Like I play a few things. I play bass on a few things. Okay. So this one might be my favorite. This one Justin made. Nope, sorry, wrong one. I don't know if we'll ever be able to do the soundtrack because it's all copyrighted music and we would need to go get the licensing and all that. All right. You guys, let me know if you know what this one is. Oops, sorry. This one's Justin. Andy S feels like he's got it. Oh, Andy! Rod Stewart, what? John of all trades. Got it. Maggie May. You'll also notice this one's in 3 instead of 4. Dude, this version makes me want to cry. It's so fucking beautiful. Especially when it pops up in the show. Oh my god. The last 2 episodes of The Stars Have Eyes will... Like, I challenge you guys to listen to those last 2 episodes once you've gotten through, you know, the rest of it without crying. I'm like tearing up right now, just thinking about it. I don't know. That's a good question, Professor Hefe. I just wing it, Hootie, but I do drink tea and honey, so... God damn, Justin is a fucking phenomenon. Okay, I'm gonna do an easy one, and yeah, JTJ did that. Let's see if I can find an easy one. Oh, this one's too easy. All right, let's try this one. And then I'm gonna go get some water, and then I'm gonna get started narrating again. I'm just having fun playing this game. I played bass on this one. Yeah, who got this one? Graphic Cat got it again. That's right. Carl got the actual title right. A rooster named David Bowie. That's a great name for a rooster. Whew. Fuck, I love this shit. Man, I love making music with these guys. Okay. Here goes on to scene 3. Yes, scene 3.
Hecla flew back.
Just gonna rearrange the script a little bit. Maybe not. Yeah, I will. Okay, I'm gonna redo this just a little bit.
Her eyes registered shock as she slammed into the side wall of the car. At the same moment, Eva flew at us, sword swirling in the air. The back of the cab opened, and 2 more daughters rushed in, hands glowing. Silpha rushed from the apartment, eyes wide as she took in the scene. Glowing. Silpha rushed from the apartment, eyes wide. Ah!
Damn it. Okay, good. Missed it.
I kicked up into Eva's stomach, and she rocketed back. I cast Wisp Armor on myself just as a magic missile and an electric bolt slammed into me, one from each of the 2 newcomers. back. I cast Wisp Armor on myself just as a magic missile and an electric bolt slammed. Just as a magic missile and an electric bolt slammed into me. One from each of the two newcomers. I dropped Katya, but her health had stabilized. Her head remained above the line of body parts and gore, like she was treading water. She remained unconscious. She'd awaken on her own in 30 seconds. Eva stood. Lunged at me and Donut. Hekla held her back. Then she grabbed Eva's wrist and pulled it up, eyes going wide at the injury. 30 seconds. Eva stood.
You tried to kill Katya! I saw it! You used invisible arrows! I thought she was your friend! We don't shoot our friends! You tried to kill Katya! I saw it! You used invisible arrows! I thought she was your friend! We don't shoot our friends!
Donut's claws dug into my shoulder. I was painfully aware of how small this train really was. I was painfully aware of how small this train really was. I don't know what the hell is going on, but everyone needs to calm the fuck down. This is bullshit. We're all on the same goddamn side. Hekla turned to the two mages. The three crawlers reluctantly fled. They remained right outside the door. It was me, Donut, Katya, Hekla, and Eva.
Oh my god, fuck you, Excel. Excel's still doing things like just not, like, when I try to navigate using just, my scroll or whatever on Excel, sometimes it just like juts back up or juts this way or that way or wherever it wants to go.
Eva. Outside, the crawlers continued to swarm onto the train. They didn't all fit into the passenger cars, so they were moving to the cargo containers. A group of crawlers were at the top of the stairs to the platform, making a stand, protecting everybody else's escape. We didn't have much time. An ungodly roar filled the platform. A group of 5 blue dots at the top of the stairs turned to X's.
God damn it. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to try something real quick. I need to find... No, don't you fucking dare do that. Okay, good. All right, and then I need to email Lucky. Yeah, Andy, that's probably what it is. Another thing that really annoys me is so when I'm using my controls, obviously, like I want my controls to be mainly controlling Ableton, and all I really want to do is most of the time is scroll in Excel to get to where I want to be in the script. But sometimes, like often, when I press a button and I know that I haven't been like clicking in Excel, it will still transfer. It will still consider it as if I am wanting to use the controls in Excel. So I'll hit a button that I want Ableton to respond to, and it responds in Excel. I'm going to pay a little bit more close attention and make sure I'm not actually clicking in the Excel monitor and only clicking in Ableton. But I think sometimes I don't even need to click in Excel. It just decides, okay, you're talking about Excel now because I don't know, your mouse has been in there scrolling for a while. So I don't know. That's something that really gets on my nerves. Okay, here we go.
Never! I'll never team up with you, traitor! Never! I'll never team up with you, traitor! I used to think you were awesome, Heckler. I used to think you were awesome, Heckler. I used to think you were awesome, Heckler. But you're just like all the rest. You pretend to be good, but you're not. It was a lie. All a lie. All a lie. Why? Why can't we trust anyone? You told Kotia you wanted her. You made her feel special and loved, but you just wanted to use her and trade her in.
I think there needs to be a little bit more dynamic contrast here. Mouse wheel, basically. Double finger on a trackpad, sorry. Or double finger on a magic mouse. Let's try again.
I used to think you were awesome, Heckler. But you're just like all the rest. You pretend to be good, but you're not. It was a lie. All a lie. Why? You can't... Why? Why can't we trust anyone? You told Kotia you wanted her. You made her feel special and loved. But you just wanted to use her and trade her in.
There we go. I think this is the one.
I used to think you were awesome, Heckler. But you're just like all the rest. You pretend to be good, but you're not. It was a lie. All a lie. Why? Why can't we trust anyone? You told Kotia you wanted her. You made her feel special and loved. But you just wanted to use her and trade her in.
Oops.
Heckler tried to murder you. That's what's happening. We don't even know why. You didn't do anything wrong.
I put my hand on the side of Donut's head in an attempt to calm her. I put my hand on the side of Donut's head in an attempt to calm her. It was starting to dawn on me why Donut was having such a visceral reaction to this. The monumental revelation hit me like a goddamned truck. But we didn't have time to deal with it now. We need to stay calm, okay?
She didn't do anything wrong, Carl. She did her best. It's not fair.
I know, Donut. Okay.
She didn't do anything wrong, Carl. She did her best. It's not fair.
I know, Donut. Hecla sighed and leaned up against the wall. Hecla sighed and leaned up against the wall of the train. Her knives disappeared into her inventory. She pulled a pack of cigarettes, popped one into her mouth, and lit it.
Nope. Oops. Wrong.
At that exact second, that exact moment, I wanted nothing more in the universe than to take her up on that.
Offering him a cigarette. God, what is there a worse time to try and to not smoke than in this fucking dungeon?
At that exact second, that exact moment, I wanted nothing more in the universe than to take her up on that. But Donut remained on my shoulder, and I didn't dare move closer. I don't know what this is. I thought for sure you were going to try to kill me. But Katya? Kill me? But Katya? Why? Katya, eyes still huge, was looking back and forth between us.
Don't do it! They tried to hurt you, Katya. You can stay with us. We'll get out of here, okay? We won't ever abandon you, and we won't be filthy liars either! Don't do it! They tried to hurt you, Katya. You can stay with us. We'll get out of here, okay? We won't ever abandon you, and we won't be filthy liars either! Because Heckler shot you with a scary arrow that was going to kill you. Because Heckler shot you with a scary arrow that was going to kill you.
All right, and here goes.
Katya had a special ability she didn't like to use very often. Rush.
Let's try again.
Katya had a special ability she didn't like to use very often. Rush.
There we go. That's it.
Rush. It turned her body into a battering ram. When activated, she blasted forward, shattering everything in her path. She could only use it once a day, and when she did use it, it knocked all the wind out of her, even if she didn't actually hit anything. As a result, I knew she abhorred the skill, despite Mordecai's insistence that she use it as often as possible. Also, the skill wasn't predictable. Sometimes when she used Rush, her body flew forward 5 feet. Sometimes it flew forward 20, and there didn't seem to be any sort of rhyme or reason to the discrepancy. In addition, the angle in which she rushed forward wasn't always perfectly straight. Mostly her body dashed straight forward in the direction she was facing, but sometimes, every once in a while, she flew slightly off-center. And that's what happened this time. Katya activated Rush. She was aiming at her former friend, Eva. She missed her by inches. In this case, it was Hekla the Amazonian Shield Maiden, the current number 2 in the game, who she splattered against the interior wall of the train, thus earning herself a bounty of 500,000 gold. It turned her body into a battering ram. When activated, she blasted forward, shattering everything in her path. She could only use it once a day, and when she did, also, the skill wasn't predictable. Sometimes, in addition, the angle in which she rushed forward wasn't always perfectly straight. Mostly her body dashed straight forward in the direction. And that's what happened this time. Katya activated Rush.
Boom, that's a scene. All right, we got Andy, Eva, Hekla, Annie. Yep, that's it. Oops, crap. My brother is good at drawing, but he's never really, like, applied it. Like, from a career standpoint or anything. And he hasn't been drawing for a long time. He's also really great at painting minis. We did put, Neil Skur says, a bit off-topic question. I really liked how you voiced Charon from the Dungeon Lord books. Did you use some filter/tools to accomplish it, or how did you do it? Yeah, so there is a bit of pitch shift. There's just a couple, there's like subtle low volume layers, like about a couple steps down. Maybe there's another layer or two like above my natural voice. But that's really just decoration.
The voice itself is like this. Oh man, I love doing his voice. Love getting that growl under there.
Like I feel like some of his like his monologues are some of my favorite things to do in any of the audiobooks I've done. Oh man, you're making me want to hold on. I just want to find a line from him. Sounds like Pater Cole. Here we go. That's just the production sheet. Oh, archive. Here we go. Yeah, he's got a great monologue in here.
Mortals are such an ungrateful lot. All the trouble I went through to usher my champion your way so you can return to Ivalis and do your thing. Yet this is your response? A drop of blood, a second-rate magic circle, and an attempt to weasel out of your duties. A virgin's still beating heart would have been a nice gift. It's not like I ask for much. Well, fair enough. If our deal is over, tell me, what's stopping me from dragging you, kicking and screaming into the dungeon dimension and toying with you for the next 1,000 years? Ed, are you playing for time? How unseemly. Don't bother. In a moment, your circle will be a memory, and then we'll have all the time in the world.
Yeah, that's a good one. I love that guy. All right, next scene. So Eva starts off.
System message. A champion has fallen. A bounty has been claimed.
Someone's racing by. Outside of DCC, what would you recommend for another audiobook you narrated? Go for The Stars Have Eyes. Go to the Soundbooth app, pick up The Stars Have Eyes.
In that moment, just before all hell broke loose all over again, I finally noticed Katya's level. She'd been level 24 when she'd formed herself into a cowcatcher at the front of the train. When she fell back from the wall, skull forming over her head, a special golden skull, I saw that she was now level 37. The door to the train flew open, and the two mages and healer burst in. More of the daughters crowded in behind them, screaming and crying. She was now level 37. The door to the train flew open. Carl. Mic drop, platform. Get ready. Wait for my signal. Katya, grab her crossbow. Katya, grab her crossbow. Donut.
Won't work! Train wall in the way! We need to get out! Won't work! Train wall in the way! We need to get out first! No. Won't work! Train wall in the way! We need to get outside fast!
Ah! At the same moment, Eva lunged at Katya, swords flashing. Hekla reached up and caught one saber in her hand. The sword sunk into the soft flesh, splitting her palm in two. The other sword bounced off the Amazonian's breastplate as she pulled herself to her feet. Ghoul gore shower. The other sword bounced off the Amazonian's breastplate as she pulled herself to her feet. Ghoul gore showering off her. Eva was so shocked that she recoiled back in surprise, dropping that first sword, which splashed onto the train's floor. A second Hekla appeared and picked up the cowering snake woman by the neck and tossed her through the window just as a third Hekla rose to her feet. Eva cried out as she disappeared. I heard her crash onto the track below. The other daughters scattered back, confused and crying out. Holy shit, Donut! She'd cast Second Chance on Hekla's corpse, and then she'd cast Clockwork Triplicate on the minion, creating 3 Heklas. It was brilliant. It was fucked up. It was fucked up, but it was brilliant.
Push them back! Push them back!
Clockwork's first. Keep the real Hecla back. We need to loot her damn corpse. Clockwork's first. Keep the real Hecla back. We need to loot her damn corpse. We need to loot her damn corpse. We need to loot her damn corpse. Real Hecla back. We need to loot her damn corpse. One of the Clockwork Hecla's heads exploded. Sparks and little electronic pieces showered as it was hit with a second electrical bolt, cast by one of the daughters. The other two Heclas continued to push the others back and out the door into the gangway and then to the next car. I chased after the minion. I tried to pull the crossbow off Hecla's back, but it wouldn't come. As I pulled, I looked down and saw the square access panel on the gangway's floor. Katya! We need to get the Vermilion key from Hecla's corpse. It has to be you since you killed her. Get the key first, and then everything else you can grab. Hurry!
Why? Why do we need the key?
Katya, to her credit, recovered quickly. She rushed forward toward the dead Hecla. Grab! Hurry!
Why?
Hurry!
Why? Why do we need the key?
We'd placed blocks so the doors to the two engine cars could close, but not lock, so we didn't need the keys. If I wanted to disengage this car, however, I still needed it. My first instinct was to take this engine and get the fuck out of here. Hopefully somebody else would have presence of mind to get to that... out of here. Hopefully somebody else would have presence of mind to get to that other engine and pull it out of the station. Fuck out of here. Hopefully somebody else would have presence of... Fuck out of here. Hopefully somebody else would have presence of mind to get to that other engine and pull it out of the station. A part of me screamed. This is a douche move. You're abandoning 1,000 people. They needed to know how to disengage the slave mode to pull the train. A part of me screamed, this is a douche move. You're abandoning 1,000 people. They needed to know how to disengage the slave mode to pull the train. Surely someone would figure it out. It was just one button. But what if they didn't? Fuck! The original plan was to disengage the drive on this first engine car, walk all the way back to the back of the train and re-engage that second engine, turning it into the primary one. In theory, however, with that second engine still in slave mode, we didn't need to do that. The train would work fine from this cab no matter which direction we went, though we'd be driving blind. I didn't have a choice, not with 1,000 people suddenly on the train and in imminent danger. I didn't have a choice, not with 1,000 people suddenly on the train and in imminent danger. We needed to stay here and drive the train backwards. That'd be difficult if we were dead. The second Clockwork Hecla exploded after it was speared in the chest. Donut leaped to my shoulder. Out on the platform, the last of the crawlers retreated into the train. A trio of monstrosities leaped down the stairs. Holy shit, what were those things? They had blinking red exclamation marks over their heads. Those were Stage 3 monsters. We needed to go. Katya! The very moment that minion dies, get the key, then get her crossbow, then loot the shit out of everything you can! One of the monsters jumped at the train, bouncing off the wall of the passenger car. It looked like it had once been a skull-faced, bear-sized monster. The DTs had transformed it. Tentacles erupted from its back, reminding me of the mold lions from Grimaldi's circus. But those tentacles had been thinner, parasitic. This was different. The tentacles were a part of the creature. Very Krak-Heron-like.
Fuck! We don't have time for this! We need to close the door!
At that moment, the Heckler minion collapsed. She tumbled in the gangway. She tumbled in the gangway, blocking the door. Donut fired another missile at a woman, who rocketed back, health halfway down. I jumped forward and grabbed the Heckler corpse by the legs and pulled it back into the cab.
Close the door! Close the door!
Back into the cab.
Close the door! Close the door! Close the... Close the door! Close the door! Close the door! Close the door!
Katya grabbed the sliding door, kicked away the block, and slid it closed, locking it just as it rocked with a pair of spells. Katya grabbed the sliding door, kicked away the block, and slid it closed, locking it just as it rocked with a pair of spells. I knew from experience nobody would get in without a key, not in an engine car. Hopefully none of the other daughters actually had keys. I looked down with horror to realize Hekla's body had been ripped in half. All we'd dragged into the car was her legs and half of her torso. Her glowing breastplate, and more importantly, the crossbow that had been slung over her back was on the other side of the wall. The train rocked again as one of the monsters slammed against it. The creature's tentacles grasped at the doors to the passenger cars. I jumped up into the controls. I pushed the train into reverse mode, and I added power to the throttle. The train vibrated ominously, and I feared it wouldn't go, or the back cars would smash together like they had during that last crash, but the train started to move. Slowly at first, but then it gathered speed. We left the station, moving back down the track. Behind me, the door banged and crashed as the daughters desperately tried to break it down. By the time we cleared the platform, it was filled with tentacle-covered creatures. I took a deep breath. I kept my eyes on the receding platform. One of the monsters jumped into the channel, then another. The platform quickly moved away from view. I slowed the train, but only a little. Hopefully these things weren't that fast. She's alive. She went out the window. I don't know if she died or not. I didn't see her when she pulled away. She went out the window. I don't know if she died or not. I didn't see her when we pulled away. I nodded. Holy shit. It had all happened so fast. Hekla was dead. Hekla was fucking dead. Katya had killed her. She'd gone from level 24 to 37, which was insane. Have you seen your level yet? Insane. No, 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 I'd gone up 2 levels. I'd gone up 2 levels to 34. Donut had gone up 2 to 32. I suspected while Katya had gotten a lot of experience for being a living battering ram, the lion's share of that experience that had rocketed her up the ranks actually came from killing Hekla. I still wasn't clear on how sharing worked, but we probably hadn't gotten it. I still wasn't clear on how sharing worked, but we probably hadn't gotten a share of that. But 2 levels at once was a big deal. Now all we needed to do was get out of this. You know, you're probably the highest level crawler in the dungeon now. Last I saw, Lucia Marr was 35, and that was just a few hours ago. Katya said nothing. The train rumbled over the tracks, riding much more roughly than our trip up here. We were all still covered in gore. The room was filled with it. I looked at my hands, marveling at all of the blood. Katya turned to look at Hekla's legs. She put her hand to her mouth and just stood there for a moment. Donut leaped from my shoulder to hers. Donut leaped from my shoulder to hers.
When I killed that guy, I didn't mean to do it either. But he had it coming, and Hekla had it coming even worse. She was going to kill you.
Try again.
When I killed that guy, I didn't mean to do it either. But he had it coming. And Hekla had it coming even worse. She was going to kill you.
I looked nervously down at Hekla's half-body. The loot dialogue did not pop up. Hey, did you get the key? I relaxed. They would never get in here. At least not through that door. True. But we don't want them having it either. I paused, seeing the look in Katya's eyes. I recognized it for what it was. That moment before the collapse. I reached out and grabbed her arm to steady her. Katya, are you okay? We all just looked at each other. We all just looked at each other. We all just looked at each other and started to laugh. There was no reason to laugh. None of this was funny. But we laughed. We laughed long and hard. It didn't make sense. None of this made sense. But we were alive. For now, at least. And we had each other. And that was something.
oh, oh my God. Was that enough?
She deserved it. She was just awful.
We all just looked at each other. Looked at each other and started to laugh. There was no reason to laugh. None of this was funny. But we laughed. We laughed long and hard. It didn't make sense. None of this made sense. But we were alive. For now, at least. And we had each other.
She was just awful.
That was something.
Okay, so let's see.
But we were alive.
Let's try it here.
None of this made sense. But we were alive. For now, at least. But we were alive. For now, at least. And we had each other.
No, I'm gonna keep it here.
None of this made sense. But we were alive. For now, at least. And we had each other.
I think I can just bring these down a little bit.
But we were alive. For now, at least. And we had each other.
She was just awful.
That was something.
Okay, so it's a little too long. Let me see what I can.
None of this made sense.
She
But
deserved
we
it.
were alive.
She was
For
just
now, at
awful.
least. And we had each other. And that was something.
Okay, I feel like we can just, let's see.
But we laughed. None of this was funny. But we laughed. We laughed long and hard.
She was just
It
awful.
didn't make sense. None of this made sense. But we were alive. For now, at least. And we had each other. And that was something.
There we go.
There's someone in there. In the Mantar apartment. They're trying to hide, like they have a spell or a skill. But I just saw a blink on my map. It's a blue dot. It's someone small.
Silpha, is that you? Come out. We're all done fighting. We're done hurting each other.
Try again.
Silpha, is that you? Come out. We're all done fighting. We're done hurting each other. Come out. We're all done fighting. We're done hurting each other. The door to the apartment flew open, and the small fairy burst from the room. She rocketed toward the exit door and tried to unlock it. Open, and the small... Donut leaped from Katya's shoulder, bounced once off the wall, and landed atop the screaming fairy, pinning her to the floor. The fairy gurgled as her head went below the line of liquid gore. The blood in the car was slowly draining away, but there was just so much of it. I reached down and grasped the healer. She was bigger than most fairies, bigger than the ones from the second floor and that manager from the Desperado Club, but I could still hold on to her with a single hand. She screamed and struggled. A weak ice spell shot from her hand and blasted down, hitting me in the leg. With my ice resistance, I didn't even feel it. Calm down, Silpha. Jesus, calm the fuck down. Quit wiggling. I'm not going to hurt you. Silpha, I'm going to let you go, and we are going to talk. We don't want to fight. We're just going to talk, okay? The fairy stopped struggling, but she glowered at me.
If you try something, I will rip you from the air and eat off your wings. I've done it before.
Okay. Everyone chill.
Before.
Okay. I let Silpha go, and she flitted into the air, buzzing up to the ceiling and against the wall. She crossed her arms. Blood dripped off her body. The train bumped as we hit something on the tracks, and the healer hit her head and winced. I stepped back, grasped the throttle, and slowed us further. I did not like driving blind. As long as the monsters on the tracks were only in ones and twos, we'd be okay, especially since the train was much heavier now. But still, we needed to keep it slow.
Why is it much heavier?
Katya didn't want to kill Hekla. But Hekla did intend on killing Katya, and I believe she was planning on sacrificing you, too. I'm pretty sure I know why. I'm not mad at you guys. She gambled and lost. It's done. It is pointless for us to fight now. We're all on the same side. Hekla was protecting you. You as a group. She told you to stop healing Katya, didn't she? And she told you to hide in the apartment, not leave the car, but to go into that room. She told you to hide in the room if anything went down, didn't she? Hekla was protecting you. You as a group. She told you to stop healing Katya, didn't she? And she told you to hide in the apartment, not leave the car, but to go into that room. She told you to hide in the room if anything went down, didn't she?
One more time. I just feel like that doesn't sound Carl enough.
Hekla was protecting you. You as a group. She told you to stop healing Katya, didn't she? And she told you to hide in the apartment, not leave the car, but to go into that room. She told you to hide in the room if anything went down, didn't she? If anything went down, didn't she?
Let me hear that one more time.
Hekla was protecting you. You as a group. She told you to stop healing Katya, didn't she? And she told you to hide in the apartment, not leave the car, but to go into that room. She told you to hide in the room if anything went down, didn't she? The fairy didn't answer. She just glared. I took that as an affirmative. Look, I didn't know her very well, but someone once told me that she was a very practical person. She was playing this like a game of chess, and she was willing to sacrifice others for what she thought was the greater good. But she told you to stop healing Katya, didn't she? Probably waited until the end to make sure we got through that last horde first, right? But she told you to stop healing Katya, didn't she? Probably waited until the end to make sure we got through that last horde first, right? But she told you to stop healing Katya, didn't she? Probably waited until the end to make sure we got through that last horde first, right? I nodded. That made sense. Eva was Hekla's fixer, her lieutenant. Like I thought. The one who did the dirty work. The one who did the dirty work. Like I thought. The one who did the dirty... I thought. The one who did the dirty work. And she told you to wait in the train car, not leave. Don't you see? You were the bait. Why do you think she wanted you nearby? She wanted Katya to die, and she wanted me to get angry. I wouldn't have gotten mad at her or Eva. I would have been mad at you. She thought I would have attacked you, maybe even hurt or killed you. She thought I was unhinged. Just like she wouldn't Just like she wouldn't deliberately shoot Katya with 2 of those invisible bolts from her crossbow. I pulled the broken bolt from my inventory. I pulled the broken bolt from my inventory. It remained invisible in my hand. I dipped it in blood and held it up. Its shape appeared for a moment before everything flowed off it. I stepped forward and handed it up to her. She didn't move. Oh, just take it. I'm not going to hurt you. She hesitantly reached forward and grasped the broken... She hesitantly reached forward and grasped the broken crossbow bolt. Her eyes went big as she examined its properties. I took it back. She would have been forced to kill me if I attacked you. There was probably a whole plan in place, something to distract Donut. It would have been quick. With me and Katya dead, Donut would have been all alone. She would have been forced to join you guys. And so would Mordecai, our manager. That's what Hecla wanted. How many healers do you have in your party? It's a lot, isn't it? I saw all the fairies. It was an acceptable trade-off. 1 healer plus Katya, who hasn't been in the party since the end of the 2nd floor, in exchange for one of the dungeon's best assets. If it had worked, the party would have been better for it. No offense. With me and With me and Katya dead, if it had worked, the party would have been better for it. No offense.
I would never have joined with Hecla if she'd killed you, Carl. Never have joined. I would never have joined with Hecla.
I know, Donut. Maybe she would have sent Eva to kill me. Or those 2 mages she had posted right outside. And once that was done, she would have had them killed too. Or banished, just to keep you happy, Donut. Who knows? She was a shrink. She probably had some big plan worked out. I don't know the details, but I think I'm right.
Will you, Carl?
I know, Donut. Maybe she would have sent Eva to kill me. Or those 2 mages she had posted.
I still wouldn't have joined her.
But I think I'm right.
I still wouldn't have joined her.
Is Eva still alive? Why don't you ask her? Ask Eva if she was supposed to protect you from me. I bet she was. Why don't you ask her? Ask Eva if she was supposed to protect you from me. I bet she was. Maybe Hecla was planning on sacrificing her too. Your daughters are the two right outside. Go to them. Tell them what I told you. Tell them we're sorry about what happened, but this is on Hecla. I don't know. There's a whole train of people out there. I'm sure someone would love to join up with a healer and 2 mages. It won't be us, though. We'll never trust each other, and that sucks. It really does. It's exactly what they want to happen. And it breaks my fucking heart. It's exactly what they want to happen. And it breaks my fucking heart to happen. And it breaks my fucking heart. And it breaks my fucking heart.
I like that one better.
I opened the door, just enough for the dejected fairy to slip out. I snapped it closed and locked it. Christ, what a day. The more I thought about what Hecla had attempted, the more it angered me. Is this what we've become? Is this who we really are? I refused to believe it. I thought of Bautista, who was still walking toward the abyss with a group of people who wouldn't be able to get to a stairwell. You can't save them all. Fuck you, Mordecai.
Nope.
Fuck you, Mordecai. Fuck you, Mordecai. I've gotten pretty good at spotting that sort of thing. I've gotten pretty good at spotting that sort of thing. That wasn't true at all. If Audette hadn't warned me, I'd likely be dead right now. I sighed, looking at Hecla's half-corpse. It's too bad about that crossbow. I sighed, looking at Hekla's half-corpse. It's too bad about that crossbow. The massive, repeating crossbow formed in her hands. The massive, repeating crossbow formed in her hands. Holy shit. She'd done it. She'd looted one of the most powerful weapons in the game. My anger fled. Katya, I am going to kiss you. In the game. My anger fled. Katya, I am going to kiss you. Can I see it? I reverently took the weapon from Katya's hands. When fired at full auto, I remembered thinking this thing was like a ranged chainsaw. It was lighter than I expected. It appeared to be made of gold, but it felt almost like plastic. It was inlaid with carvings of a vulture creature. I received a nasty notification the moment I touched it.
Warning! You have a dick!
Thank you for the information.
Enchanted repeating crossbow of the Scavenger Mother of Mothers. This is a unique item. This is a repeating ranged weapon. It has the buffet enchantment, meaning it will not run out of basic ammunition. You may load and fire additional ammunition types to use with this weapon, though any special bonuses will only apply to the stock ammunition. It is said that the long-forgotten goddess Nekhebit is both jealous and terrible. When the elf mothers chose to abandon Nekhebit and instead worship Epido, the oak goddess, it's written Nekhebit grew enraged. The mighty vulture goddess blamed the male-dominated high elf court for causing her worshippers to stray. As a result, she cursed their seed, thus creating what is today known as the Fey Diaspora. There are dozens of elf and fairy breeds, all of whom may trace their lineage back to the There are dozens of elf and fairy breeds, all of whom may trace their lineage back to the early High Elf Court, whose cursed There are dozens of elf and fairy breeds, all of whom may trace their lineage back to the early High Elf Court, whose cursed offspring sowed the universe. This crossbow is rumored to have been given to Nekhebit's last warrior guardian as a gift for remaining true to her faith. This item may only be wielded by a female. For every female in your party, up to 30, this item's damage and firing speed is increased by 25%. Your strength plus level increases. Your strength level increases base damage. Your strength plus level increases base damage 1.5 times more than a standard crossbow. Plus 15 dexterity when wielded. Plus 10 strength when wielded. Casts birth defect on monster types who generate or birth additional monsters.
Wow. It wouldn't be as powerful or fast in Katya's hands as it was in Hekla's, but I was already thinking of ways to maximize the unique weapon's strength. No wonder she had surrounded herself with women. 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 In strength. No wonder she had surrounded herself with women.
All right, done. Brynhild's daughters. Hekla, Eva again? Yeah, Eva, Annie, Andy, Lori.
Dory. I was... oh. All right, so that is scene 4. On to scene 5. Ah, crap. I'd moved Katya to the small engineer's apartment so she could rest for about a half hour. I'd moved Katya to the small engineer's apartment so she could rest for about a half hour. The room had a bed, a table, and a long, thin toilet designed to be used by a mantar. The room had a bed, a table, and a long, thin toilet designed...
Why? What? Do they, like, what? Why can't they just use a toilet like everybody else? I don't know. I guess it's because they would be too tall if they stood on their hind legs.
The room had a bed, a table, and a long, thin toilet designed to be used by a mantar. Heavy metal posters from Earth covered the walls. I went through and looted everything not bolted down before I returned to the main room. I went through and looted everything not bolted down before I returned to the main room of the engine car. Walls. I went through and... Excuse me. Yeah, all right. Hey, it's good to see you, Lee June. The street monk clapped me on the shoulder. He looked distastefully at his hand, which was now covered in blood.
So I think I'm taking over Lee June. I don't know. Yeah, I just wasn't really happy with the actor's performance in the first one, so like I might just take it over. I'm gonna do it for now. If we find somebody else, I think we'll. You too, Carl and Donut. You're a little, dirty. Oh, it should be stew too.
The street monk clapped me on the shoulder. He looked distastefully at his hand. Which was now covered in blood.
You too, Carl and Donut. You're a little, You too, Carl and Donut. You're a little, dirty. Dirty.
I examined the man. The last time I'd spoken to him was on the Maestro's show. He remained human. He was a level 28 street monk, which I assumed was some sort of melee class. He didn't carry any weapons. He didn't look much different than before. The Chinese man had deep acne scars on his cheeks that hadn't gone away with the transformation. But when he smiled, it lit up the room, despite the gory surroundings. He'd been on the top 10 list, but he'd fallen off. I was glad to see he was still alive. So, your sister and, Zhang?
They are fine. They're in the cargo near the front, and we can't get to each other until the train stops. We have a group of 12 people now. We have been saved, again, by you. I have come to pay my respects.
I nodded. We fist bumped so I'd have him in my chat. Now that you're here, I need to show you how to drive this train. We're going to stop at Station 75 and detach this car from the rest. From there, you can drive the train back to Station 36. Get the people off there. That's where we're going to make the stand. Station 36. I already have a few friends waiting, but unfortunately, this station has multiple platforms, and the ghouls are coming from each one. I already have a few friends waiting, but unfortunately, this station has multiple platforms, and the ghouls are coming from each one. That sounds difficult to defend. But with these reinforcements, my friend Imani's plan of keeping the ghouls from transforming further might just work, especially since we'll have several nearby stations with safe rooms where people can rest and recharge in shifts. There are no ghouls in the hidden railway where we had the nightmare parked, so people should have easy access to the rest areas. People can rest and recharge in shifts. The monsters will likely come at us from all sides just before the stairs open, even if we do prevent the wrath ghouls from forming a boss monster. The monsters will likely come at us from all sides just before the stairs open, even if we do prevent the wrath ghouls from forming a boss monster. Probably. The whole thing is designed to push the monsters toward the stairwells. We'll have to work together to survive. Monsters toward the stairwells. Why do we not go to Station 24? That station also has stairs, but no ghouls. To Station 24. That station also has stairs, but no ghouls. We don't know yet what sort of monsters form once the creatures suffering from Stage 3 die. But it looks like they'll head to 24, and it'll probably be something terrible. At least with Station 36, we know what we're facing. Okay. What will you be doing? We have some friends who are trapped all the way at the end of the line. We're going to save them. Each and every one. Right, done with that scene. Very short one. So we don't even need anybody. I'm just going to say needs Lee June just in case. Save. Time to level collapse. 3 days, 3 hours. Views. Blah, 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 blah.
We're saving these... Oh, we're saving those guys too? Really? 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 We're saving those guys too? Really? You? Really? Seriously, Carl, we just helped to save these guys. How are we going to help everyone at the end of the line?
I have no idea, but I won't try if you guys don't think... I have no idea, but I won't try if you guys don't think we should. I have no idea, but I won't try if you guys don't think we should. I moved back to the train's controls.
Well, what can we expect? He's always like this.
What? What's so funny? What? What's so funny?
You're going to get us killed one way or the other, Carl. It might as well be for a good cause. The other Carl. The other Carl. It might as well be for a good cause. Killed one way or the other, Carl. It might as well be for a good cause. You're going to get us killed one way or the other, Carl. It might as well be for a good cause. You're going to get us killed one...
Well, they do say I'm crazy. The ghouls streaming out of Station 72 appeared to home in on the closest large gathering of crawlers. Before, they'd moved up toward the crawlers trapped at Station 101, but after Lee Jun led the 1,000-plus survivors to the stairwell platform at Station 36, meeting up with the exhausted Team Meadowlark, the ghouls started flowing in that direction instead. That, added with the Wrath ghouls traveling up from the train yards, made it so they were besieged the moment they got off the train. That was okay for now. The way the platforms funneled passengers to the stairwell stations created multiple defensible choke points. It'd be tough, but the group should be able to keep the station clear. Since we'd discovered the secret escape hatch that led to the employee line, the defenders could keep themselves supplied and refreshed. We sent out mass messages to everyone who would listen of the plan. Last we heard, there were multiple groups set up in other instances of Station 36 doing the same, plus another group that was going to try their luck at holding a Station 24, and a few more teams who were going to attempt to kill the ghoul generators at 12 and 72.
All right, there's an extra A in there that shouldn't... Damn it, that shouldn't be there. Cancel. Where'd it go?
Plus another group. Same. Plus another group. Plus another group that was going to try their luck at holding Station 24, and a few more teams.
Fuck.
Station 36 doing the same, plus another...
God damn it. Fuck you, Excel. Where'd it go? Oh.
Station 36 doing the same, plus another... Station 36 doing the same, plus another group that was going to try their luck at holding Station 24, and a few more teams who were going to attempt to kill the ghoul generators at 12 and 72. Everyone was avoiding the boss at Station 4. Everyone was avoiding the boss at Station 48. I wished them all luck. Of Station 36 doing the same, plus another... The same, plus another group that was going to doing the same, plus another group that was going to try their luck at holding Station 24. All luck. In addition to the people who'd managed to make it to the stairwells, there was a rising chorus of crawlers who found themselves trapped at the abyss. If they had those hats, they could just step through one of the 1,000+ portals and teleport to a train yard. But an increasing number were finding themselves at the edge of the pit with no way to escape. Despite my earlier thoughts, I now suspected there was only a single abyss. I was starting to get a sense of how the entire railway looked. The whole thing was shaped like one of those spirograph drawings. The train yards dotted the exterior edges of the pattern, spaced at regular intervals. The colored lines looped around, over and under each other, but all led to a single point in the center, which was the pit. Katya, who studied the map more than anyone, continued to insist there was something that we were missing. I didn't care, as long as we knew how to get from point A to point B. There were currently about 500 to 600 people trapped there at the end of the line, with more appearing by the moment. Word was starting to spread that you needed the hat to utilize the escape. Word was starting to spread that you needed the hat to utilize that escape, so those without were mostly braving the Word was starting to spread that you needed the hat to utilize that escape, so those without were mostly braving the ghoul coaster, as Ellie had dubbed it, back to the train yards. One more time. Word was starting to spread that you needed the hat to utilize that escape, so those without were mostly braving the ghoul coaster, as Ellie had dubbed it, back to the train yards. The crawlers had been desperately searching the interior walkways of the pit for the elusive, camouflaged exits that would lead to stop 430... The crawlers had been desperately searching the interior walkways of the pit for the elusive, camouflaged exits that would lead to stop 436, where they could, in turn, get the... I'm gonna go get some water. To the train yards. To the train yards. No! Damn it. The train yards. The crawlers had been desperately searching the interior walkways of the pit for the elusive, camouflaged exits that would lead to stop 436, where they could in turn get to the named train switching stations. However, the lizard monsters appeared to be constantly generated, just like the ghouls. However, the lizard monsters appeared to be constantly generated, just like the ghouls, and that was making it difficult for them to search. A few battles later, and the interior gangways had started to collapse. That nixed my idea of going back to the train yard and using the nightmare to return to the abyss. That left us with only one option. We had to take the battered and half-destroyed Vermilion car all the way to the end of the line and distribute as many of the hats as possible. The trip would take about a full day and would be fraught with danger. If the train broke down, or the line was blocked, or the power went out, we'd be fucked. Surely there would be monsters crawling all over the line, and we'd have to plow through them all. Surely there would be monsters crawling all over the line, and we'd have to plow through them all. It was a terrible idea, and I knew Mordecai would have a coronary if he knew we were even thinking about this. Still, what else could we do? We all agreed that was the plan for now, unless someone came up with something better. We had about a day to find an alternative before it would be too late. We used Station 75 to quickly disengage the front engine and send Lee Jun up to the other engine. A few ghouls were out on the lines, but we sent a group ahead of us to deal with it while we worked. I saw no sign of Eva. The remaining daughters held back, disappearing into the crowd. Brynhild's daughters truly was no more. I couldn't help but think that was for the best. Hekla had built the entire party around herself and that crossbow. They had too many healers and mages and not enough damage dealers and not a tank amongst them. They had too many healers and mages and not enough damage dealers and not a tank amongst them. They had too many healers and mages and not enough damage dealers and not a tank amongst them. The system had worked great early on. But I suspected the entire team would have fallen apart eventually. Maybe now they'd all find groups where they would be better utilized. We decided to keep Katya hidden while we unhooked the train, lest someone's emotions get the best of them. Everyone, I need to get all of us in chats together, and I need your conductor hats and any train keys you've gathered along the way. There's a group of crawlers that are stranded, and we're going to try to help them. My fellow crawlers were standoffish at first, considering what had happened with Hekla. Plus, Donut and I looked like extras from a Hellraiser movie. My fellow crawlers were standoffish at first, considering what had happened with Hekla. Plus, Donut and I looked like extras from a Hellraiser movie. I'd been expecting people to selfishly hold on to them just in case there was one last trick, or so they could sell them later. But that's not what happened at all. People worked together. They coordinated. They spread the word. In 20 minutes, I had over 700 of the hats piled in front of me. In 20 minutes, I had over 700 of the hats piled in front of me, plus another 15 colored line keys that would also work for the portals. It was enough. For now. Hopefully it'd remain that way. Yes. There is hope for us. Not a lot, but it's there.
Carl, we could sell these for over 3 million gold. 3.5 million. I bet I could sell even... 3.5 million. I bet I could sell them for even... 3.5 million. I bet I could sell them for even more, Carl. We'll be rich. 5 million. I bet I could sell them for even more, Carl. We'll be rich. 3.5 million. I bet I could sell them for even more, Carl. We'll be rich.
I'm gonna do it again. I did that.
3.5 million. Carl!
Okay. I think I am back. Whoops. Where's that coming from? Here it is. Get rid of that.
Are people represented because
There we go. All right. Well, glad to know that if there's a fuck up, it doesn't completely cancel the stream. It just chills for a sec. Ooh. Oh, okay. Scene 6, that's right. All right.
We could sell these for over 3 million gold. I bet I could sell them for even more.
Uh-oh.
Sell them for even more. God, we'll be rich. Sell them for even more.
Damn it. My mic's fucking up.
Carl, we'll be rich. Sell them for even more.
What the fuck? God damn it.
Hello, are we still fucking up? Is this microphone ready to record yet?
Don't know what's going on. Oops. I'm on 5 hours so far.
Hello, has it fixed itself yet?
Let me try something here. All right, we back? We back now? There we go, okay.
We'll be rich.
Yeah, that'd play great on the show. We'd be like Bee's cousin who pretended she had cancer and got all that money on GoFundMe.
Okay, what if we figure out how to save the people without using the hats? Can I sell them then?
Me.
Okay, what if we figure out how to save the people without using the hats. Can I sell them then?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Let's try that.
Using the hats. Can I sell them then?
Absolutely.
There we go. All right, that is the end of the episode. It's funny that it crashed out like just seconds before I was done with the stream. So yeah, guys, that is the end of episode 7. I am now starting on at the beginnings of episodes for the next 3 episodes of the stream. Theoretically, if I am able to do a full episode every day. So you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate all your support and your company. I also just want to remind you guys that we have another Soundbooth Theater YouTube channel. This one's just called Soundbooth Theater. It's got a bunch of free audiobooks for you to listen to. There's 6 plus a 7th one is in process. It's going to be in 4 parts. It comes out. Our audiobooks come out in 4 parts once a week. So there's 3 more parts to Vampire Queen that's coming up. If you guys have friends that you want to get into audiobooks, or if you know that they like audiobooks and you want to convince them that Soundbooth Theater is the best, share audiobooks from our YouTube channel so that they have no barrier to entry, no price to pay in order to try us out. We have Pilgrims by M.R. Leonard up there. We have The Wayward Bard by Lars Mockmuller. We have, let's see, what else do we have up there? Last month was Shoot the Messenger by Pippa DaCosta. Then we have, let's see, The Legend of Forging Zero by Sarah King. We have Earth Force by Shemer Kuznets, and that's the full cinematic version. And one more. What is it? Oh yeah, Pangea Online by S.L. Rowland. So, yeah, if you guys haven't already, go check out that YouTube channel. We also have all of our shorts are on there. If you want to check those out, those are kind of fun. We have a new Chrysalis 7 promo that's in there, and yeah, we have motion comics. We have 5 motion comics videos. So if you guys like comics and you want to hear what we can do with them and see what we can do with them with video editing, I highly recommend them. I love comics. It's one of my favorite things in the world to consume. And so being able to actually interact with them and make stuff out of them is really fun. So yeah, you guys check out the Soundbooth Theater YouTube channel if you haven't already. Please subscribe. Please share it wherever you can. And yeah, that's it for tonight. I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Watch out for the stream getting started. And yeah, that's about it. All right, later, guys.